JMU Athletics and the JMU Alumni Association are teaming up to bring you this free Madison HD Sportsnet feature presentation. From Harrisonburg, Virginia, and the campus of James Madison University, welcome to NCAA Men's Soccer, live from University Park, where the 3-3-1 JMU Dukes and the 5-2-1 Greyhounds from Loyola, Maryland, battle on the pitch in non-conference play. This evening's match is being presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. A very pleasant good evening, everyone. I'm Kurt Dudley, joined here in the broadcast location by Houston Stutz, and we'll be going down to Fieldside with Amanda Stamper tonight as well. The Dukes have played 3 consecutive overtime matches, falling to 1-0, that is, to nationally ranked Georgetown, currently ranked number 11, to Furman, a team which is receiving votes 1-0, sandwiching a 1-1 tie against Stetson, a team which is 1-5-2. Josh Grant has a third of the Dukes' dozen goals, leaving Coach Tom Martin searching for other consistent threats to balance the field and keep opposing defenses on alert. The Greyhounds have been receiving votes on the national polls and ranked second in the North Atlantic. They have traveled new roads this season, however, and they will be continuing to do so as they are first-time members of the Patriot League after 24 years spent in the Metro Atlantic. In Houston, these two teams met last year. This will be the 9th meeting, but it had been since the early to mid-'90s since the two programs met. And last year, well, it was a high-scoring affair, 6 goals favoring Loyola when the outcome was determined.
Yeah, James Madison lost 4-2. Loyola was led by junior Stephen Doley. Glenn Latch, who's not with the team anymore, Larry Najak, Dominic Marshall, and Diego McQuestion. Again, they won 4-2. Stephen Dooley hit a flurry of second-half goals to lead Loyola University Maryland soccer team. Dooley, playing in his second game of the season, scored 2 goals on his first 2 shots of the year and tacked on 2 assists for a career-best 6-point performance. His 6 points marks the first time a Greyhound had 5+ points in a game since Glenn Latch, who had 6 versus Marist in 2010. Freshman Larry Najak also had an impressive night, contributing 4 points on 1 goal and a career-best 2 assists, while classmate Dominic Marshall scored his first collegiate goal, and junior Diego McQuestion tied a personal best of 2 assists. And then 2 JMU goals came from Dale Robbins-Bailey and Paul White in the loss, and actually both of those had birthdays this week.
Yes, they did. We'll talk more about that, and a lot of these players returning for the Loyola Greyhounds. The Dukes, well, they're a little bit under weather. We'll talk more about that when we return, as we'll have Amanda Stamper talk to the Dukes head coach, Dr. Tom Martin. That's coming up right after this timeout as you're watching JMU Men's Soccer in HD live on Madison, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Jim. Welcome back to University Park, the Dukes and the Loyola Greyhounds. There's the big Duke dog for you. And let's talk to the top dog of the JMU men's soccer program, Dr. Tom Martin, as he is joined on the field with our own Amanda Stamper. Amanda?
Thanks, Kurt. The Dukes have gone into overtime in the last 3 games without a win. Coach, what's the team mentality for tonight?
Well, the mentality tonight is we want to start with a good positive attitude and get some momentum going into the weekend, really, because that's when the conference all kicks off. And we couldn't pick a tougher team to try to get that momentum against, but that's a good test. Loyola is a very good side.
Now, you experienced some instability in your lineup. How close are you to getting it back where you want it to be?
It's ironic you ask that. We're not close. You know, it's kind of by committee right now. We've had a couple injuries, got 2 cases of mono, 2 cases of strep. You know, right now, in some ways, it's like if we didn't have bad luck, we wouldn't have any luck. But those things happen to everybody. You know, we just have to deal with it, and it gives somebody else another opportunity to step up. So, to get back to your original question, we're pretty unstable in terms of what our best lineup is. So we'll play a number of players by committee and see who plays well and keep them on the field.
On a positive note, you have had a home-heavy schedule this season. Has that been beneficial?
It's good. It is good. It keeps us in class. It keeps us from being on the road. But all that changes next week. We've got some really long trips coming up, and we have to go to Wilmington. We have to go midweek to places like Hofstra College of Charleston. It all evens out in the end. It's been nice to be at home early in the season. Kids get a good routine, sleep in their own bed, and hopefully that breeds a lot of camaraderie with the kids. We're not on the road all the time.
Now, last season the Dukes lost to Loyola 4-2, and they're bringing back some of their key players tonight.
That's correct. Some of their explosive players, and I was not able to be at the game last year. I was out with an injury at the time, and that game was in a total downpour, and we had about a 10 to 20 minute span. I watched it on video painfully. About a 10 to 20 minute span where we could do nothing right, and they took full advantage of it and really punished us.
Well, thanks for your time, Coach. Good luck tonight.
You're more than welcome. Thank you.
Back to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you very much, Amanda. Now the national anthem in play here at University Park. And you are on Madison HD Sportsnet, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association. We're showing soccer tonight, although it may have sounded like we're about ready for some motocross here this evening at University Park. But it is actually, and getting prepared here today, Houston, I feel like this is more like the last weekend of August for the Soccer Dukes. The way the weather has been here today was rather humid, and actually it's starting to cool off a little bit now. But in talking with Billy Groban beforehand, you know, Dukes came down prepared to wear heavier clothing. It's a very close night tonight.
Yeah, it's a very nice night, and like you said, their locker room's actually at Godwin, and they have one here, but kind of don't know what to expect, so you have to bring everything with you.
There you take a look at across the way, the coaching staff, Dr. Tom Martin to the left there seated, and his son Sean Martin also on the staff. Let's take a look at the starting lineups for tonight. Loyola is coached by Mark Metrick in his 14th season, 164 wins, 77 losses, and 24 ties. He will put in goal Zach Kane, who is a senior from Perry Hall, Maryland, so they do not have to go far to locate him. The other starters are junior Joseph Cahalan and freshman Ryan Tuck, freshman David Warburton, senior Stephen Dooley that Houston talked about earlier, Larry Nukjak, who is a sophomore out of Berlin, Germany, Connor Thompson, a junior out of England, Diego McQuestion is a senior from Baltimore, Maryland, Colin McNabb, a freshman from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, Lauren Vogel, a freshman also out of Germany, and Jamie Libby, a senior out of Rumford, England. For the JMU Dukes, starting a goal for his second career start. He started the other day as well. That is Billy Groban. Billy, a redshirt junior from Chester, Virginia, just outside of Richmond. Joining him in the starting lineup tonight, sophomore Daniel Robert, freshman Cullum Hill, also Tim Whitebread, a redshirt junior, Jonathan Barden, a junior, Josh Grant, a junior, the leading scorer for the Dukes with 4 goals, Stephen Mashinsky, a redshirt junior, Adam Bastidas, a redshirt senior, Tom Fooey, a sophomore, and sophomore Bjarki Adelsteinsen out of Iceland, starting for the Dukes as well. Dukes are in their home whites here tonight, going up against the Loyola Greyhounds. The Greyhounds do lead this series. 7 wins, only 1 win for the Dukes in the previous 8 meetings between these two programs. Again, they met quite a bit in the 80s and early 90s, but then took that long break and just resumed this series last year. Quite honestly, I don't know if it's going to continue after this year or not, but it's a nice regional game to be played between a Patriot League team, that being the Greyhounds, and the Dukes of James Madison out of the Colonial Athletic Association.
Good start for JMU early on. We saw Correll Monroe make a good run down the line, just a bit unlucky. Ball played a bit too far in front of him, but Dukes really need to control things early. They've went to a lot of overtime games, so pouncing ahead early is really what the Dukes should be looking to do.
This is sophomore Tom Fooey. He's going to put it in the box. There's Bastidas, and it's cleared out there, although here comes Jonathan Barden for JMU. Barden will slide it back there. Cullum has it, swings it wide to Fooey. Fooey gets it blocked, tried to cross it, and that was right off the chest of the defender. Went down for a split second there. McCullum likes to, he does have some height and advantage there, and it looks like the one player shaken up for the Greyhounds, and the official will call time to see if he can knock the cobwebs out here. Must have got him in the nose maybe. And that is Colin McNabb, a freshman from Downingtown, Pennsylvania.
It's tough to see because it happened away from the ball. I was following the ball around, didn't even realize somebody was down. And out of sportsmanship, JMU's going to receive the drop kick and kick it on back to the goalie, Zach Kane, for Loyola.
Yeah, the standard good sportsmanship there. And it'll be punted away and headed forward. Robert lets it clear all the way back again to Billy Groban. Dukes in their last 3 games, 0-2-1. And quite frankly, the one tie, they had a good chance to win. That was here at home against Stetson. This is Whitebread slipping it up. And the shot from well outside, taken by Grant. And it's wide to the right.
Don't know if it's a good sign to come, but JMU getting the first shot on the board doesn't happen too much around here at University Park.
Yeah, mentioning the birthdays, I think Dr. Martin just simply looks at birth dates between the latter few days of September, early October, and starts recruiting from there. None of the Dukes with birthdays today, but Daniel Simpson yesterday, and Jonathan Smithgall, former Duke, and Paul Wyatt, also a former Duke, who is probably listening tonight or watching on Madison this evening over in England. And then tomorrow, Dale Robbins-Bailey, and it was Dale Robbins-Bailey and Wyatt that scored the goals against the Greyhounds last year up in Baltimore. Actually, a couple of JMU women's soccer alumni celebrating birthdays today, Beth Mangy as well as Kelly Germain. So just a whole slew. If you play soccer, chance you might have a birthday this week if you're a Duke. We're going to get a free kick on the far side after the penalty. Playing in the 4th minute as they stop the clock, and with the restart, here is Stephen Dooley. Vuvuzelas getting into it a bit. Dooley puts it to the far post, and there he's looking for Najak, and he'll watch it just simply roll off the end line, and it'll be a keeper ball.
Good opportunity earlier for the Greyhounds. You really don't want to commit the foul 30 yards out like you did. Dooley put it on mark, just no Greyhound sprinting to the backside post, as I'm sure they would have wanted.
Greyhounds started the season with the tie. It was double overtime 1-1 against the Hawks of St. Joseph's. That was up in Philly. And then ripped off 5 consecutive wins. LaSalle, St. Francis of Pennsylvania, Quinnipiac, Campbell, and Princeton. All of them very close scores. They did score 5 goals at LaSalle. JMU women faced LaSalle here early at home this season and lost to the Explorers 2-1. Women tomorrow night actually in conference play at Delaware. And chasing it down for the Dukes is Adel Steinson. He's going to get some pressure on the far side with Dooley and the throw in. The last 2 games, though, have gone in the opposite way for the Greyhounds. So both these teams looking to get into the win column here early in October. A 3-1 win, loss to UMBC, and a 2-1 loss in their Patriot League debut to the Crusaders of Holy Cross. Adel Steinson will send it back to Groban. He comes to the near side. Robert is here. And he'll at the top of the 18. Keeps it on the ground.
To reinforce how important it is for the Dukes to score early and often. The Greyhounds have scored 9 goals in the second half this year, and they only have 13 altogether. So really a second half team, JMU needs to get ahead and not give them that second half opportunity.
Josh Grant working on the side. We'll get a throw in from Carell Monroe. missed him on the starting lineup. Apologize to Correll. And he will toss it in. Mushinski will tow it forward. And it's going to end up out of bounds. Monroe with another toss in for James Madison. Goes into Grant. Monroe just flicks it with the toe. Hey, Mushinski gets it headed. Opens up into some space for the Dukes. Grant, he'll turn, keeps it. I think one thing, too, with all the illnesses and injuries is for the Dukes to be a little more patient on the attacking third with possession. Not just simply giving the ball up too easily. That was one thing Paul Wyatty and I had Facebook exchanges the last couple of days, and that was one of the things that he was expecting the Dukes to do. Just have a purpose, particularly when you're in the attacking third of the field.
That, and you really just can get up there and you play the ball through the midfield rather than doing a lot more crosses when you get down inside that attacking third. Really playing it back and letting your midfielders or back defenders work the ball around until you find something you like inside. Kind of like lacrosse.
Fooey and Jamie Libby now with it. Good number of English chaps in this matchup, which is not uncommon. The Dukes have theirs and Loyola has theirs. Coming to the far side, a little too long as the intended there. Coming up the left side was Connor Thompson. Speaking of English chaps for Loyola. Adelsteinson, he got a lot into it there, looking for Bastidas on the far side.
Good eyes, though, to see that run being made on the far side. I couldn't tell who it was.
Greyhounds picked to finish third in the Patriot League in their first year. And Mark Metrick in his 14th season, 20th season overall as a head coach, and for 21st, he was at Mount St. Mary's before he went to Loyola. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised. I can get a chance to check the histories, but I would not be surprised if Martin and Metrick didn't battle each other when Metrick was at Mount St. Mary's prior to his coming to Loyola's Greyhounds. And Groban not only in goal for the second time, but for the third time in his career. So he does not have a lot of numbers to talk about at this stage. Barden tries to slip it forward to Grant. Monroe gets up. A nice header try by Adam Bastidas, the Scholar Athlete of the Year for all of JMU athletics each of the last 2 years. Adam will settle it down. Finds it back to Adelsteinson. The Jock puts a little pressure on, and it's up to Dooley to put the pressure. Going over the top is Bastidas, looking for Fooey, and the keeper is going to come up with it. Not sure if Fooey was onside or not, but
we saw JMU early on really controlling the possession, but since the games went on, they've kind of fell out of that shape and are really just trying to hammer it forward and find things over the top, and the passes through the air that just haven't been there early on.
Yeah, last year's meeting was the first between the programs since '93. Interesting, the Dukes won the first meeting. That was in 1981, 1-0. That was at home. That was probably played, you may not even realize this, Houston, that was probably played, actually I'm not sure about this. It may have been played where the current football grass practice field is. That used to be the soccer complex in the 80s. Or it might have been played even at Bridgeport Stadium. Not sure. Out to the far side. Thompson will send it wide. Whitebread giving chase as he is right there on Lauren Vogel's hip. Comes back out. Dukes retain possession. To the feet of Fooey. Nicely done there by Tom to turn, and he's going to get some space to work with. Gets a double team, sets up. Here's the shot by Mashinsky, and it is just deflected wide to the right by Kane.
Mashinsky in that cleaning up the trash role, really trailing the two main forwards or midfielders, attacking the goal, and ball came out off a good rebound, and he was there to put a nice shot on goal. Good save, though, by Kane, and now the Dukes have a throw in deep in their own territory.
Almost like a short corner here for the Dukes. Goes right back in as Monroe, Hill, and that pass intercepted, taken away by Thompson. Whitebread.
I believe it was better that was intercepted. I believe that was Tom Fooey in the offside position.
That ball, who was the last to touch it? It looks like they're going to award this ball to the Greyhounds. Colin McNabb will toss it in. I guess he is okay after taking the early ball off the front somewhere. I'm not sure exactly where it hit him, but they did call time to make sure he was okay. And offsides this time. Josh Grant trying to get the advantage.
Josh Grant was offsides. It wasn't by much either. He came from an offside position forward to retrieve that pass.
Adelsteinson with the head forward. This will be a JMU throw in. It's Whitebread on the far side. In the 13th minute, no score. Couple of shots for the Dukes, none yet for the Greyhounds.
Well, Kurt, when are we going to get the straight lines we can put on the screen, you know, like you see in the World Cup game, so we can really see how offsides they are?
That's it. Well, you know, that's maybe something we'll consider.
It's always tough from these angles because we're looking at a diagonal, so you can't really tell down the line.
Our director, Jake Tomko, said, you know, I got enough going on as it is. Thank you very much. Always looking for something to add to the lot, you know.
It can be multi-purpose. You can use it as well for first downs in football.
That's right, we could. And we could always say, well, that's not the official line, but here's what you got. Saw that quite a bit in some of the college games I was watching this weekend. Actually, some of the pro games on Sunday. Does he create a corner? Yes, he does. The Dukes will get their first corner play. Monroe taking it off the shin, I believe, of Ryan Tuck from Stokesley, England.
And here's something we might see a lot more. You see Tom Fooey taking a leisurely stroll down to the corner before he plays the corner kick like we heard from Tom Martin earlier. A lot of the Dukes not feeling up to the full weather.
No pressure on the far side after this corner play. Keeping it inbounds is Fogel. And racing down the right side, McQuestion. Goes a little too far. Does it stay in? Apparently it does. And Jock with it over there. Back to McQuestion. And off the sideline, last touch by Whitebread.
One of the few times we've actually had to turn our head to the left to watch the ball being played.
Field has been tilted just a bit to the right side here early in this contest. Although right now, good spacing now for the Greyhounds, but there to intercept it for the Dukes was Jonathan Barden. Comes back out to midfield, but the Greyhounds with a chance to regroup right here. Sliding it through, and the shot is wide to the right. Got a little too much angle on it for Najak, a sophomore from Berlin, Germany.
Najak had a really good opportunity, but good goalkeeping there by Grobing. Came out and really took off the angle for Najak. You see only a shot he had was literally to go straight across the net and hope somebody was crashing on the backside.
He's coming off a knee injury as Najak that he suffered over the summer while playing for Reading United in the PDL. But he's still certainly up front. He is the Patriot League preseason offensive player of the year. Had 2 assists against the Dukes in last year's matchup. Bastidas to Grant, back to Bastidas. Adam, nice stop there. He's got a lot of open space on the left side. Dukes are keeping it on the right, though. Chipping it inside, looking for Mashinsky. Heels it back to Grant. And booted down the field. Najak will race down in the corner, as will Adelsteinson, but much too far for both players to get to.
It's a tough ball for Mashinsky to handle. All he could do is heel it back, and the ball probably needed a little bit more loft on it so he could control it.
Whitebread with the throw in. Bastidas with a self pass. Gets it into the open, looks for a run here for Fooey, and it's headed forward by Chehalin. Chehalin coming up. He is a junior from Reisterstown, Maryland. And as would be expected, a number of regional players for Loyola as well, right there in the Baltimore and greater Baltimore area. Chip forward. Fooey is out there, so is Grant, but it's going to be sent away by Tuck. Out of bounds, Whitebread, another toss in for James Madison. Fooey, double team, loses possession. Libby will send it in the air, looking for Najak. And the tall Adelsteinson just does get it beyond the reach of an approaching Dooley. Barden playing the 2-man game right now with Whitebread. Sends it up the line for Bastidas. Taken away there nicely by Vogel. Coming to the open midfield and to the far side now. Thompson. Correll Monroe spots him down. Gets some help from Mashinsky coming into space. And will release it back to Chehalin. Chehalin to Tuck. And deflects all the way back to Zane. Thurman Van Riper, the other goalkeeper for the Loyola Greyhounds. It's played this season. But today it is Zach Kane. Both of them are seniors. Adelsteinson, Rookie of the Year in the state of Virginia last year. Cullum Hill. Forward quickly, Barden. Make that Grant, rather. Grant comes wide, Mashinsky. Here's a run. It's Correll Monroe. A foot race. Monroe will win it, stays on his feet. As tumbling down was Thompson. Here's Monroe. Sits it out front, and it's going to be deflected off the end line. The Dukes will get a corner out of this, as coming into the space was Josh Grant.
Monroe almost had a better opportunity to take the shot for himself there and just kind of see where the rebound goes, try and play it from there, because the defenders did a good job staying back towards the middle of the 18, middle of the field to cut out that cross that Monroe put in.
And he'll fire it right here, trying to set it up. Okay, now we're back to live action, and it's Bastidas with the corner. Goes to the far post. Duke's got a couple of great position there for Adelsteinson, who goes tumbling down. He had the inside. Comes all the way out to Whitebread. The jock over there, and with that in mind, Tom Fooey throws it out of bounds. And with that, he plays it out of bounds so that the Dukes can get back defensively. That's one way to negate the speed, the obvious speed at first glance, of Najak.
Adelsteinson, he had a good job going for the goal, and of course you play him in the box on corners because of his height. He got taken out from behind. It looked like he was upset with the call.
He wasn't the only Duke with the palms to the sky on that one and shrugging shoulders, but no call.
Like you said, then a smart job of Fooey to kick that ball out of bounds, allow your defenders to get back.
In the 21st minute we go. No score. The Dukes a couple of shots. One for the Greyhounds and one save for Kane in goal. And there's a foul. JMU whistled for its third foul against 0 for the visitors out of Loyola. And Jock, talk about him being the offensive preseason player of the year. He was the MAC Rookie of the Year last year, the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. And there he gets ahead on that one. And they're going to say it was touched. Robert was the last to touch it for the Dukes, so it'll be a first corner play for Loyola.
Loyola had a decent opportunity on a free kick earlier, about 30 yards out. See what they can do here with this corner kick. They're going to have everybody line up backside, about 15 yards out. All the Dukes are packing it in inside the 6.
Chip forward and caught out of the air by Groban. It was Vogel that started the play. The Dukes will race it out on the far side, looking for a quick counter. Cullum Hill sends it forward. There's Fooey. Fooey stays to the inside, cleared out as Warburton out of Westminster, Maryland.
Good thought process by the Dukes. Fooey had the speed upper hand on Loyola defender, and Loyola only had one defender back.
Not sure if that was a shot by Josh or he was trying to get it to Bastidas on the far side. Ends up at the left paw of Duke Dog, the inflatable across the way from our broadcast location. Off the 6 it comes from Zane. Or Kane, that is, excuse me, Zach Kane. Monroe. And this will be a battle on the sideline. Cullum Hill hurries up. A call by Jock as McQuestion heard the call, but there defensively for the Dukes was Robert. McQuestion with it now. There's a line building. Robert takes it away. McQuestion tumbles down. No whistle on this. Barden, though, loses it. A lot of numbers, a lot of black jerseys there. Shot is blocked by Adelsteinson. Dukes now with an advantage if they can counter here quickly, but they'll bring it deliberately up the field and going wide, just a little too little on it that time for Grant.
Passes off the mark, bet the switch was there for the Dukes.
Maybe if they were playing a quicker pace today with the regulars in the lineup and not considering the illnesses and injuries, they may have tried to turn that a lot quicker. Setting it up. This is Dooley. He's dangerous. Taken away inside the box. Whitebread now slides ahead to Mashinsky. Back to Hill. Cullum has it. At the midfield stripe. Comes wide. This is Fooey. Can he get to it? Yes, he can. Stops it right on the line. He does with the orange spikes. Fooey rolls it forward. Left foot there. Continues on. Getting some pressure from Cahanlan. Hill goes wide. Here comes Whitebread into the picture now. Tim stops it out there. Right foot into the box. Stays in the box. The bicycle try by Grant, and it is just off the top of the right post. Just to the right.
And they're going to roll out a corner kick off either a defender or the keeper's hands.
Here we go. Let's take a look at this kick again. Settled in. Grant, he got his shoulders actually in a pretty good position. Tries the bicycle kick. And it is just right of the post. Hard to tell from our angle just how far right it was, but here is the restart on the corner. Bastidas. This time, tumbling down was McNabb. And a short hop. Boy, Robert was in the right spot, just needed a little less air under it, and he's going to have a chance to head it in.
So that made it a little bit tougher for Kane as well, because you see Robert jumping to head the ball, and then next thing you know, it's going over his head and taking a really short hop that can sometimes be a little bit dangerous for the goalies.
Thompson will keep it at his feet, now sends it wide. Whitebread will step in, slides it forward to Fooey. Tom has his pass deflected, but the Dukes still maintain it. Whitebread back. Hill. Adelsteinson to Hill. He's not going to mess with Njok in the region, so he'll send it wide very quickly. Backing it up, Ruppert. The German has it. Then finds the Englishman, and here is Cullum Hill. Hill tries to slide it forward to Mashinsky, the redshirt junior, in a battle, and Warburton, the freshman, wins that contest. Cahalan with it now. And Jock sends it back to Thompson. Thompson contested by Whitebread. Excuse me, make that Bastidas. Last touch by Adam. And we're going to get our first substitute come into the lineup here tonight. And it's going to come from the Loyola bench, and this will be number 12. Antoni Sar, a freshman from River Edge, New Jersey. The throw in over the top, Cahalan. Looking for Njok. Ruppert gives him some trouble. Njok unable to advance it, so he's going to back it up a bit. Now he gets a call from the far side, and Whitebread took a tough angle, but doesn't matter. It's going to end up on the far side to begin with. I guess that was actually a pretty smart play, because had it been at the feet of the opponent, he would have been there. But the ball sails on past.
Now we see JMU really trying to slow it down and work it through the back line.
Robin just does get it to Monroe. Barden will take it, takes the chip shot right off Cahalan, out of bounds. Monroe with the toss in. Finds Grant, back to Monroe. Correll heels it forward. He's got Fui. He can heel it to the left side. What a nice pass by Mashinsky. Mashinsky with the shot, and it's again wide to the right.
The crowd already was thinking it was going to go in. Great play. Mashinsky, great job to get past the defender. Shot just off the mark.
He just heeled that pass to himself. Watch this here. See ya.
Right over the defender's head.
That's a nice play to get himself open. Back to the live action we are. And Jock goes wide. Coming into the scene is Whitebread. A little pushing and shoving, and they clear him out. Here comes Whitebread. He's got the advantage now. Whitebread slides it forward. He gets tripped up, and a whistle, and the Dukes will get a chance to restart. About, 20 yards away.
And Whitebread created that opportunity for himself, attacking through the middle, and then kind of played it a little too far forward and really was banking on getting that foul maybe, because defenders were covering the other two Dukes down there as well.
I'll back it up just a little bit from where I thought they were going to put it, and they will start it right there. 4 Dukes huddling around right now. Got Fui inside the box. Not sure what the question is here. The wall forming inside the 18. Mashinsky. Here's the touch, here's the shot, and it's in. Daniel Ruppert with the goal as he puts it in the lower right corner, and that comes with 15:57 to play in our first half.
And that play was set up by a very simple play that a lot of soccer teams like to use. You have players running across the ball to shield it. You don't know who's going to get it. Throws off the goalkeeper a little bit, and then Daniel Ruppert was the last one to cross it, and he sent the shot in away from the keeper. Here's another look at it.
Just a toe touch to start it by Grant. Mashinsky goes through, and the shot untouched. So 1-0 JMU. And as we get back into the action on the restart, quickly after a foul called against JMU against the Dukes, and the foul was committed against Njok. Ruppert will have to watch out here, and he will head it forward. They're giving Mashinsky the assist on it, interestingly enough.
I'm not sure if they thought he touched it or not.
Maybe he did, I don't know, but all I saw was the roll the foot just the touch by Josh Grant. Even on our replay, I couldn't see whether Mashinsky touched it or not.
Even if no one would have touched it, would have been fine. It was a direct kick because of the push.
Mitchell Jordan is checked in, a freshman from Hanover, Germany. He'll be wearing number 7 for the Dukes. He came in after the goal was scored. Let's see if we got any other Dukes out here that have changed. Everything else looks status quo. Here's Barden getting inside the 18, wants to cross it, stops the defender, now sends it across. That was deflected, I think, off a Greyhound, but it stays in play after it hits off the post.
I say the post helped the Dukes out for a little bit. Looked like it was going to go over from our point of view.
I thought it may have even had a chance to settle on the back of the net. Whistle and foul against JMU. Dukes will drop back defensively here.
That's a benefit of having the round post on the goal. If you'd have had the square rectangular ones, that ball probably would have went straight up and possibly out of bounds or hit off the wrong angle.
That goal for Robert, he becomes just the second Duke with multiple goals this season. That is his second. Grant leads the team with 4. That is the 13th scored by the Dukes this year. On the other side, N'Jock, he has 7 tallies already this season out of what you said, the 13 goals?
13. Yeah, N'Jock counts for half of their scoring efforts.
Yeah, they've scored 14 this year, and Dooley with 2, 3 for Thompson, Marshall with 1, McQuestion has 1. Dooley is the big assist man, though. He's got 5. Another corner play with 13 minutes to go. We knocked out of bounds. Last touch by a JMU player, so 1 in white got it. They'll try it all over again. Starting it will be Connor Thompson. Most of the black jerseys on the backside. Now they move their way towards the goal, and it's going to be right over the crossbar. And I think that was Libby that made the attempt, at least judging by the fact that there he goes, running his fingers through his hair in disbelief that he missed that opportunity. Another freshman coming in for the Greyhounds, Brennan Goldsmith out of Lancaster, Pennsylvania. Bless you. Kind of snuck up on you there, didn't it, Houston?
Yeah, you saved me for a minute.
It's interesting, this Loyola team has many of the stars of the game last year in it, in this game again this year. Here's Mitchell with it for the Dukes. Down in front, Bastidas tries to get an angle, and he gets the shot blocked and then kicked out. Well, can't get much better than that.
Great save by Zach Kane. He was on top of his game there.
Monroe puts it in the box. Headed right back out. Dukes pressuring to get their second goal.
He had no reaction time there. It may have been just a guess on which way to go. The shot came 7-8 yards out, and it was coming in a hurry.
Bastidas taking that shot, which was the Dukes' 6th. Here's Fooey. Angled away by McNabb. Whitebread overlaps now. He's going to approach. Whitebread on the side. Has it taken away as McNabb stretches out and knocks it out of bounds.
6 shots for the Dukes so far, only 2 for Loyola. 2 saves as well for Kane. Groban, he has yet to make a save.
Loyola at one time used to play as an affiliate member of the CAA in women's lacrosse. That's been some time. Of course, right there in the hotbed of lacrosse, Baltimore area. Ilba Mashinsky's coming through, and Mitchell Jordan was at the top of the box. We got a news release today, actually, from We saw it on the web. Kevin Warner pointed it out to me. I just think it's kind of interesting. It has to do with soccer, but it also has to do with our government shutting down. In that, here's the first lead, was due to the U.S. government's inability to do things that most Americans do on a monthly basis, namely paying their bills on time. Wednesday's scheduled men's soccer match between Manhattansville and the U.S. Merchant Marine Academy was postponed. Then they go on to make a few other slams on the fact that the U.S. government is shut down right now. And the head coach of Manhattanville, where this release came from, is Greg Miller. And he is quoted as saying, "The Queen and Parliament would never have allowed this to happen back home in England." They love their football too much to cancel a game over health care.
Wow.
So he's got a little chuckle over that today. But
well, we might be reading a few ESPN articles on Saturday night.
Absolutely.
If the government stays shut down, because Air Force can't travel to play Navy, and Army can't travel to play Boston College on Saturday if things stay the way they are. They're trying to get funds through ticketing and other sources of income, but they can't get anything from the government to pay for their trip.
And in fact, I know yesterday, sports information directors from like the Air Force Academy, we heard, they were asked to go home at noon yesterday, so they were on furlough. But fortunately now, right now, the Dukes don't have any immediate scheduling with any of the military academies, except the women's tennis team next weekend, I think, is scheduled to go to Annapolis.
Which I believe that would be fine, since the Dukes would be the one traveling. And
well, I don't know, because I'm not sure how that's all working. I don't know if it's got to do with just simple travel or the fact that they're not paying anybody right now.
I know the Navy's football program runs off their own funds, not presented by the
taxpayers,
United
basically.
States.
Yeah. Eric Smith has come in for James Madison wearing number 8. And Groban will clear this one out. In fact, he's going to, oh, that one almost made it out. And it does on a second bounce. It gets out, and it's out on.
See if it hits a car.
And it does.
Boom.
Makes connection with the vehicle out on Port Road. That's the first that I've seen that. And back to action. Got to keep it out in play here as Groban comes up with it. Sliding forward is Hill. Hill gets back up. And coming up is Josh Grant. Keeps his balance. Grant got a couple of options. Takes the left-footed shot, and it's wide to the left. Well, he's been wide right on one on the cycle kick. Wide left on another. Next one should be right down the heart.
We'll see if anybody from JMU gets out there to get that ball pretty soon. If not, somebody could have a souvenir later on.
Well, there are 3 members of the facilities crew looking down there. In fact, one of them is trying to get the attention of a jogger to help them out. That would be quite a throw to take that soccer ball, and she's going to run right by it.
She probably had her headphones in.
She probably did. It would be quite a throw to get that soccer ball up that high, because it's elevated here above the main road, there, Port Road, right behind us.
I'm sure probably scared whoever was driving by. They didn't see the ball coming, and next thing you know, you hear a little kapoom on the side of your door.
How better that than a crash of the glass through a baseball.
Yeah.
Which I've seen when the Dukes used to play over at Longfield Mock Stadium, which is the old baseball facility. The likes of Eddie Kim and Kellen Kobacki would put a few balls out on the interstate. In fact, Mr. Kobacki one time went out there and picked up one of Kellen's home run balls in the median strip at I-81. That was a blast.
Saw a few of those this summer behind Hooker Field in Martinsville. We have a street that goes right by, and we had a player crush one out, and here comes a car, and next thing you know, they're coming over asking what happened. Also had a busted window in a house behind the outfield wall as well.
Under 7 minutes to go, Dukes with a 1-0 lead. Whitebread slices one, and it's going to go to the right side again. At halftime, at the end of half, Amanda Stamper will chat with the Dukes head coach, Tom Martin, get his perspective on the first 45 of this matchup. Couple substitutes coming in. Mike LaRose, a sophomore from Cranford, New Jersey, out there for the visitors. And coming in for the Dukes, fresh legs, we typically do see him. about this stage, if not a few moments earlier, and it's Jamal Umar, redshirt junior from Herndon, Virginia. And he gets into it right there. Dukes connect, and Monroe tackles and slides it forward. Groban. Nice pass up to Schmidt. Barden goes over the top looking for the run on the right side for Umar, and ball is knocked out of bounds. Cahalan sends it away. Dukes will have a throw in. It's Monroe once again. Down into the corner. Jordan. We will have a lot of men's soccer coming up here. We've got the Dukes against Northeastern coming up on Sunday afternoon. In fact, we're going to have a special guest commentator with me that day. Dale Robbins Bailey.
So he's
going to join us.
Make his debut.
Yep. And it's in the middle of the day, so his mother doesn't have to stay up late to listen and to watch. So he'll be our first former Duke to commentate with me. I'm sure I'll get a lesson or two. But Dale's actually doing an internship in the marketing department, so I see him on a regular basis. In fact, he has claimed the entire student workroom as his office area, which means he has the biggest office at University 380 right now. Monroe sends it down right into the box.
Did he just kick all the other students out?
I'm not sure what he did. I think he just took seniority and said, okay, I'm going to annex this as mine. Usually has a smile on his face. There's a shot by Schmidt and saved by Zach Kane. You can join in with us here at halftime too. We do invite you to send us an email, no matter where you might be watching from and who you might be rooting for, that is, at madison@jmu.edu. And we'll check our Madison account. Give folks a shout out. Like to know where you're watching from, who you might be rooting for. Any other commentary that you'd like to add to the game here today. Umar. Schmidt was in there, but sent back out by the defense.
Great run by Umar, and good pass in, just a little too far on the line rather than lofted in there.
Monroe looking for Umar. LaRose, who came off the bench, looking forward to Njuk, and it goes all the way back after Adelsteinson decides to free it back. Chested forward by Schmidt to Adam Bastidas. The Dukes 3-on-3 here. Bastidas takes the shot, and it's deflected just enough. Just enough that redirects the ball to the left of the post. Bastidas nearly had the Dukes' second goal.
Well, if you're a kid watching this production, JMU's doing everything right. They run right through the ball when it's left out in front of them, and that's created their best opportunities, just really running through the Loyola defense when they attack the ball, and that's allowed them to get through and have open shots.
That shot certainly on goal. It was the 10th shot taken in this first half by the Dukes. Ball punched out. Comes down to Whitebread. He was trying to get it launched, and just to tip it away was Goldsmith, again coming off the bench for the Greyhounds. JMU's throw in with 2:30 to go. See the JMU volleyball coaching staff has just arrived down below. Here's the chuck in. It comes in to Monroe. Carell down towards the side. Sends it to Bastidas. He had the thought of heading it back towards the box. And now the run. Dukes have plenty back, but they're also going to have to contend with Njuk. And he is tripped up by foul, says the official, and JMU's bench jumps up. All the coaches.
Njuk with a very bad touch there, and that's what allowed the defense a chance to get back and have that tackle opportunity.
Minute 35. Talked about the Dukes and Northeastern. Dukes were embarrassed last year in the CA tournament by the Huskies, so it'd be interesting to see that rematch here in the regular season. That'll be Sunday afternoon. Pregame begins at 12:45. Other Madison coverage between then and now. A couple of other sports. We'll have volleyball against the College of Charleston, a newcomer to the league, a very good volleyball program. Right now, they've got a Penn State transfer that's really good. In fact, she's the preseason player of the year. Under a minute to go. But that'll be Friday night. And then, of course, JMU football. The only video coverage will be Madison on Saturday afternoon at 1:30. A family weekend crowd. It's already sold out as the Great Danes of the University of Albany and their legendary coach Bob Ford come into town. And Houston and I will be there for that one. Tracy Smith will join us. Tanisha Watkins as well. And we will have the coverage beginning at 1:05. But as we do approach halftime, stick around. We'll take a look at our first half numbers. Amanda will chat with Dr. Tom Martin just before we begin the second half. And we'll check our Madison at jmu.edu email bag to see if we got a few messages from folks out there watching today here on Madison. Well, they stopped the clock with 2 seconds to go. Duke's going to use this as a long corner, we'll say, huh?
Very long, deep play.
Robert will start it. This has got to be there and bang. I don't know if they've ever done a study on how quick you can score a goal. You know how they've talked about you have to have X number of seconds on to catch and shoot in basketball?
It's 0.3 in basketball. We'll see what they can do here in soccer.
That doesn't matter. Goes off the end line. There will not be a corner play. As the officials say, the first half is in the books. As the Dukes, they get the goal from Daniel Ruppert, his second tally of the season, as JMU with the 1-0 lead here at halftime. As the Dukes lead the Greyhounds of Loyola out of Baltimore, Maryland. Stay tuned for our University Outpost halftime show. Again, we'll talk with Tom Martin, get his perspective on the first 45 minutes of this matchup. Take a look at statistics and check the email bag. All that coming your way as you're watching JMU men's soccer here this evening in HD live on Madison, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
I knew going to JMU would be more about just getting a master's.
I just knew that it was the place for me.
I feel as though that I'm a part of the institution.
You will never meet a stranger. Everyone is always willing to help you out and to help you through your graduate experience here at James Madison University.
The graduate school here is a great choice.
The education that you receive is top-notch.
It's one of the best in the country. And from here, everything is possible.
Instead of asking yourself, where did those 4 years go? Think about where the next 40 will take you. Be involved at Madison. Dukes from day one, alumni for life.
Welcome back. Kurt Dudley and Houston Stutz. Amanda Stamper with you here this evening. The JMU Dukes with the 1-0 lead over the Greyhounds of Loyola, as the Dukes got their goal as it came with 15:57 to go on a set piece, and they well executed that set piece, did they not, Mr. Stutz?
They delivered it to perfection. Had Mashinsky and Josh Grant run across the ball, and they really set a deflection up for the goalie, and the rest of the defense just packed in as well. And then a great shot delivered in, as you see there, from Daniel Roppert.
Just taking a look at our numbers here. The Dukes with the 10 shots on goal in the first half to 2 for the Loyola Greyhounds. 5 of those 10 were actually on goal, I should say, just to clarify that. So the Dukes with 10 shots, 5 of them on goals. 4 saves by Kane. There were 3 fouls called against Loyola, 4 against the Dukes. The same numbers on corners for the respective teams. And the Dukes were whistled for 1 offsides. Shots taken by JMU. Well, you've got 2 by Grant, 2 by Mashinsky, 1 by Bastidas. Roppert, his 1 shot, found the net, and Whitebread with a shot. Jordan came off the bench. Smith came off the bench. Each had a shot. Injock limited to 1 shot here in the first half. Libby had 1 shot, and that counts for the 2 shots. Neither one were on goal for the Loyola Greyhounds.
Speaking of Najak, though, he has 5 straight games with a goal here in 2013, so he needs to get on the scoreboard to keep that streak alive, and he's also had a hat trick earlier this year at LaSalle.
Again, another wide shot there as we take a look at some of the halftime highlights. Again, I told you what's coming up on Madison the next couple of days. On Friday night, volleyball against the College of Charleston. Pregame begins at 6:45. Football against Albany on Saturday at 1:05. And women's soccer. The next women's soccer match that we'll have for you will be on October the 18th. And men's soccer here on Sunday, October the 6th, against the Northeastern Huskies. JMU fans can become invested in Madison's future by making a gift to the university. There are more than 2,200 funds at JMU covering scholarships, program support, academic departments, and facility enhancements. Learn how you can make an investment in JMU's future at jmu.edu/give. Speaking of giving, coming up in a week from this Friday, it's the annual Duke Club Scholarship Auction. It'll begin at 6:30. It'll take place at the stadium, the club room at Bridge Forest Stadium. And it is the Duke Club Scholarship Auction. You can bid on autographed items, one-of-a-kind JMU merchandise, a lot of electronics. And to reserve your spot, visit jmusports.com/auction or call 568-DUKE. That's 540-568-DUKE. We're at halftime. The Dukes of JMU out in front, 1-0 over the Loyola Greyhounds. We'll be back with more of our halftime after this timeout. You're watching JMU Men's Soccer in HD live on Madison, presented by the JMU Alumni Association.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Visit the James Madison University Bookstore, your source for all things JMU. Get your official Duke gear. Open after every football game. The JMU Bookstore. Support the team.
Well, welcome back to University Park. Kurt Dudley, Houston Stutz, Amanda Stamper, and some of our fans have chimed in here tonight as we're checking the email bag on madison@jmu.edu. First of all, Tommy Larson listening and watching in Lynchburg tonight. He's away from his usual area code of 757 as he's working on his doctorate. Still rooting and repping the JMU Dukes. So, Tommy, thank you for watching here this evening. Let's see if we can check out who else might be watching here. Good evening, gentlemen, from Paul Wyatt. Good first half for the Dukes, controlling the game well, but we'll need to try to dictate the pace in the second half. Hope you have someone coming to type the subtitles for Dale Robbins Bailey on Sunday. Not everyone can understand his northern banter, he says. Okay, that's good. We are well. Best regards to Grant Clan, who I'm sure are also watching just half an hour down the road from Paul. Paul says cheers, and figured we'd have Paul up late at night across the Atlantic and watching this evening on Madison. Also rooting for the Dukes, JMU grad Mills Babb. He certainly was a big fan of the Dukes when he was here. And Mills, good luck. I know he's trying to secure some spots. And Tommy also wrote us and said that he is watching tonight and listening on his iPad. So he has downloaded the app. So you certainly can do so. You can download the JMU Dukes app. Get the one that's $4.99. There's another one out there floating around that's $2.99, and that doesn't get you everything that you want. There's a $4.99, and what that allows you to do is watch on your iPad live Madison HD video coverage. Takes care of everything when you download it. And also on your Android, your iPhone, and your iPad, with that app, you can watch and listen to anything that is archived. And we try to make sure that everything we produce, both audio and video, is archived. Now, every once in a while, like the Charlotte game, we had some technical difficulties, and unfortunately we never got that one archived because it was just going to take us an awful long time to get everything squared away when we were getting ready for the next week. So that one just did not work out very well for us. But in most cases, like tonight, if everything goes according to plan, probably by tomorrow sometime, mid-afternoon to early evening, it just takes us a while to do what I call cupping it. You convert it, you upload it, and you publish it, and it takes a little while to do all of those little items. That's just kind of a behind-the-scenes information on what we have to do to keep those things out there for you. But if you do purchase the app, you've got the opportunity, of course, to watch live on your app, and you can listen, watch, and on your iPhone, your Android, or your app as far as the archived files are concerned here on Madison. Some of the crowd getting into it here just a bit as they're feeding. It's feeding time at the zoo. T-shirts always bring out the enthusiasm of crowds. T-shirts and pizza, I think. Yep. And that's a pizza.
T-shirts and free pizza.
Free food. You got it.
Especially if you're a college student. You can't beat it. I came up here freshman year and couldn't tell you how many shirts I received free. It just filled up a whole wardrobe.
Did you really? I'll tell you how I used to. It's not this way anymore. But the way that I acquired my early attire here when I worked at Madison was, say, for example, I would go out to a men's soccer match and I'd be wearing a baseball T-shirt. And they'd say, well, Kurt, why are you wearing a baseball T-shirt here? Here's a soccer T-shirt. I said, okay. So I'd wear the men's soccer T-shirt to a field hockey game. See where I'm going with all this? Yep.
I don't have one of those, so why don't you just help me out?
So, but I still have a lot of those T-shirts, but now we get a lot of the polos and our deal with Nike and have our Madison attire and all. So, but I still have, and every once in a while, you can usually catch me cutting the grass in like a 1990 JMU men's soccer shirt with the block JMU letters on it, or I've got a swimming and diving shirt. I've got a few CA baseball T-shirts that have holes in the back that I still wear, but they're still quite fun. Do we have any more breaks? We're done with all our breaks. Is that right? Here at halftime? We're good. I think we're all right. We'll keep it right here. We're waiting. Actually, I see the Dukes are coming out of their locker room. So we may have Dr. Martin coming around the corner here in just a moment. And because we're going to probably be a little under 2 minutes, so Amanda, we'll just chat with Dr. Martin just as he comes out of the locker room here and emerges back out on the field. So we may not have him on camera unless we can swing a camera around possibly. Always good to hear what the coaches have to say here at halftime. As the Dukes coming back out onto the field, Loyola out on the field, as you can see already. And I do see Dr. Martin. He's just a few feet away from turning the corner and heading in Amanda's direction. We're up on the perch, so we can see a little bit better than what Amanda can at the moment. There's the old Duke dog. All right. And we're going to talk with Amanda. She's actually going to talk and walk with Dr. Martin. Amanda?
Coach, you came out strong in the first half offensively with 10 shots on goal. Was that part of your strategy?
Oh, yeah, we wanted to make sure we took every half chance that we possibly could. Past couple of games, we're passing up good opportunities, looking for the ultimate opportunity. And part of the equation of getting some goals is you have to take a shot when you have it, even if it's a half chance or a quarter chance.
Now you're coming out with the lead at the first half, but Loyola is a second half team. They scored 9 of their 14 goals this season in the second half.
Well, they'll come at us. They'll pressure us high. They'll probably play a lot more direct, and we're going to have to manage the game and handle it. Conversely, it should open up some things for us in transition too. But we'll see. You know, unfortunately, we couldn't finish off a couple of good chances that we had in the first half, but the game would be a little bit different right now. But it's still wide open.
Thanks, Coach. Good luck.
All right, and Amanda, while we're chatting with you too, she was down there field side. You said that there's quite a difference in demeanor between these coaching staffs during that first half.
That's right, Kurt. The JMU side is pretty quiet, staying seated most of the time unless there's a call that they really disagree with. Whereas the Loyola side, they're up and yelling the whole time. So just different tactics on coachings that we see down here. All
right, that's Amanda Stamper, who is down on field level. And we may get a few more inputs from Amanda as we move through the second half of this matchup here on Madison HD Sportsnet. I want to thank those folks that had a chance to email us here during halftime as we get set for our second half, the Dukes and Loyola. Dukes do have one more non-conference game, and that's later in the season, and after they will begin, of course, conference play this weekend. But late in the year, it's Belmont, and we'll have that matchup for you as well. I think it's a midweek game. So it will not be just conference play from here on out for Dr. Martin and the Dukes. Yeah, Belmont on October the 22nd. That's a Tuesday night, I believe. Yep, because we're off the 19th for football. That's how we kind of go Saturdays and work both ways as to what day of the week is. As we think about all the things going on from an athletic standpoint. At least that's the way I think about it. Here's Grant, the Dukes with an early possession, an early shot, and is it in? No, it is actually on top of the goal.
Strong shot took there, especially early on. I feel like Loyola was still in the locker room for the first few seconds.
Well, Dr. Martin said whether it's a quarter chance or a third of a chance or a half chance, take a chance, and there Fooey had a good chance.
Well, he's right. You can't score goals if you're not shooting the ball. So that's the Duke's tactic going to be, looks like from now on, is take a lot of shots, and eventually one's going to go in.
Well, a last to touch was one of the Greyhounds, so the Dukes will get a corner here in the first minute of the second half. Settles down. Now we'll come back out. The Dukes. Hill sends it wide. Bastidas takes the long shot from the outside, looking for a carom. But the ball is corralled by Kane.
And that's probably another one of those shots that Coach was talking about that you just really need to take, and maybe you get a rebound, maybe you don't. Still better opportunity than you had by holding on to the soccer ball.
Well, and in that case, too, you got the ball pinned underneath the defense there, so you do have an opportunity. It's not like you're giving up that possession. You're looking to create something as opposed to just sending it across and not having anybody there to answer the call.
I'm glad we got to hear from Dr. Martin as well, because he brings up a good point. Being down by one, you're going to see a lot more pressure by Loyola, playing more direct and really trying to go right at the net. So we'll see how that affects the Dukes. And like you said, could create some transitional points for the Dukes if they can work it quickly. But we saw a lot in the first half. They tended to slow it down rather than try and work it to the wings and get down the field.
Groban in his second career start, third game appearance. Starts it for the Dukes. Here's the dangerous. And Jock with it, 7 goals. Again, the Rookie of the Year last year in the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference. There are 2 MACs in the country. There's the Mid-American Conference, which is MAC, and then there's the Metro Atlantic Athletic Conference, as Mike Schickman likes to call it, the MAC.
Add the extra A in there.
that's typical Schickman. You never know what he's going to. Of course, he's my broadcast partner on commercial broadcast of JMU football and basketball. I will confess, though, he's not much on soccer. He doesn't think much of it, but. And off the end line, that was last touch by Adelsteinson. I told him when back in the 90s I went on a trip to Aruba, and it was during a year of the World Cup. And Brazil, which is, of course, was it Brazil? Yeah, Brazil was playing the Netherlands. And, of course, Aruba, there's Groban, Aruba being a Dutch colony or Dutch settlement many years ago. So there was that international fervor there at that particular time, and it kind of made me realize, you know, how big the sport was from an international standpoint and the pride that plays into it.
It'd be great just to go anywhere kind of overseas during the World Cup time. I'm sure it's a blast wherever you may be, whether in the host country or not.
Well, my wife and I were shopping that day, and we'd go from small shop to small shop, and they all had the radios on or TVs on, and you could hear just echoing through the streets the play-by-play call and all of this, and you know, and then the loud call on a goal and what have you. And then later in the match, we went up and we were eating at a Senior Frogs. We were up on the upper deck, watching the people in the street, and it was just amazing to just see the excitement there. And of course, you had the Brazilian flags flying around and the Dutch flags flying around, and it was quite interesting. We were in Oranjestad at that time. That's not a good pass there, and a shot and another Bjarke block that goes off the end line.
Well, maybe a little bit later in the Duke's favor, we'll get to test out your international call and see how long you can hold goal.
Yeah, I'll probably fall down. Yeah, it is different, I must say. You know, you have the home run balls and touchdowns. Haven't really worked on that much, to be quite honest with you. Maybe Dale can do that for us on Sunday if the Dukes can put one in. McNabb had it for a split second there. Here's Vogel now. Vogel working against Whitebread. Warburton and Dooley. Dooley got quiet there in that first half. Heard from him early. Off the sideline, a throw in right at midfield. It's going to go back. Cahalan. Steinson, wow, he got quite a bit of the forehead into that one.
Good header, kept his neck stiff and just really got a hold to it.
Hill will slide it forward. Dukes building now. Barton. Jonathan goes wide. Mashinsky coming in. And there to pick it off, McQuestion, as he has the answer to that defensively.
I like how you worked that in.
Thank you. That was just happened. Vogel.
Or could I said Mashinsky didn't have the answer to the question.
That's right, yeah. Warburton on the side there. This is dangerous, and it's wide to the left.
And as Coach Martin predicted, Loyola really is starting to play a lot more direct, get a lot more shots on goal here in the second half. 5 shots on goal, 5 saves for the keeper, Zach Kane, 1 save for Groban, and 12 shots on, 12 shots, period, for the Dukes.
Yeah, just 2 coming here in the second half thus far for Madison. Contested in the midfield. Adel Steinson now has it. Looking forward to Grant. And Tuck. Sliding play there by Adel Steinson. He was last to touch it. Dooley will toss it in.
I remember in the Stetson game we talked about Adel Steinson. He won't playing, but I don't remember a knee brace, but he has a knee brace on now.
Well, yeah,
tonight,
I think he actually tweaked the knee before, in the match before. We got that actually word from Paul Wyatt. He was aware of that. He was up that match, though, almost the entire time. Remember, he had the penny on, and at first I thought he might be coming in, but he was just over there staying loose. I think he was trying to coax Dr. Martin to put him in.
That one of those things, maybe if he did have to come in, if he would have sat down, it would have took a lot longer to warm up and get that knee
possibly
flex back out.
Yeah. Adel Steinson in the air again. Libby with the header. Bastidas will settle it with the header. Here's Jonathan Barton again. Mashinsky to the right, trying to get into the picture. Here's Grant. Grant gets underneath the defender and pushed to the left side. Grant is still down low, and it comes out. Hill's got a couple of options. He's going to go wide to Mashinsky. Goes over his head, though. Pops it too high, and Culhalen will control it on the side. I believe that was out of bounds. Curved back in.
And
or do we have an injured player? Actually,
that's Bjarke out of Steinson.
Yeah, I think he's shaking the right hand.
He just took a straight knee and signaled to the trainers he needed some attention immediately.
I wonder if we can, do we have that on replay? Can we see what happened there, Jake, by any chance?
Looks like it might be something to do with his knee brace.
Well, okay. But the way, actually, I was more concerned the way he was down on the knee, but also shaking his hand. I thought he might have jammed a finger or something like that, but he's good. All right, thumbs up.
It's like an RG3 situation. Have to fix the knee brace and come back in.
Well, he'll go. Chris Smith going to the sideline. I like to give Chris Smith pub, but I like to give all of our athletic trainers pub, but unfortunately most time when we're giving them pub, it's because they have to go work on a player.
It's not a good thing.
I know that they appreciate it, but again, they would rather not have their name called for such reasons. And he's coming back in now.
Just had to leave for the injury.
Zane will punt it away. What breeze there is does favor the back of Zane right now. That's Mike Whitaker now in for the Dukes, number 12.
Zach Kane.
What did I say?
Zane.
Zane.
Trying to shorten it.
That's what I'm trying to do. You're right. Thank you. At least I haven't called him Casey. That's something you would do. I don't know if Zach Kane has ever been to Martinsville, though. We'd have to ask him. And Robert off the end line. Another corner here. Well, the Greyhounds doing a pretty good job of at least creating some corner opportunities. As Dr. Martin said, they expected them to come at them.
They have been coming at him, and Casey Kane spelled a little bit different. It's a K-A-H-N-E, I believe. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Curving around, and Whitebread will send it out. Fooey tried to keep it forward, but McNabb coming away with it. Mashinsky clears it out.
And like we said earlier in the first half, the field still kind of tilted to the right. A lot more play going on here in the second half in the Dukes defensive third. They have got opportunities, but Loyola's, for the most part, been putting pretty good pressure on the Dukes. And here you see him taking it back to the back line, switching fields a little bit.
Whitebread trying to keep N'Jock wide, and he does so. N'Jock a little too strong on the touch. Whitebread steps in to take it away. Barden works between two defenders. Bastidas threads the needle. And here comes Barden again. Barden has been leading the charge on some of the attacks for the Dukes. They're going to say play on. Sliding tackle by Hill is off the mark, and here comes N'Jock on the right side. He's got two in the top of the box. He's going to try to work his way around Robert, and he gets some help from Whitebread. Adelsteinson chips it over to Mashinsky. Mashinsky, one red head to the other down there as Cullum has it. Cullum Hill. McQuestion. And they bring it wide again at the feet of Vogel. Overlapping him is McNabb. Instead, he's going to go to the opposite side, and headed towards the goal is Stephen Dooley from Northern Ireland, Port Stewart.
We mentioned N'Jock, the man for the goals. He set a freshman record last year with 13, tied for second actually. And Stephen Dooley, he's tied for first last year with 7 assists, or excuse me, that was 2010, his freshman year, when he set the freshman record with 7 assists.
Playing in the 58th minute. Last touched by Loyola. Wind starting to pick up just a bit. Flags earlier tonight weren't moving very much. In fact, just as we began our broadcast was actually the first breeze I felt since coming down to the facility about 5 o'clock this evening. I was here so early, the shuttles weren't running yet, so
had to make the long trip.
I made the straight long trip down instead of the winding trip down. I felt like I was actually inspecting the.
You lost some of your notes.
Did I? Uh-oh. You know what I lost? Was the score sheet. That's not good. I feel like I was inspecting the roller coaster or something. Actually, it's right here, John. It's gonna. It may make it down there. Give it a moment.
Oh, and it's sliding off the roof.
We're having more action behind the stadium than we are on the in the stadium at times here tonight.
We've lost the soccer ball. You're losing notes.
It was the cheap tape I used. That's going to be off the end line. Oh, they're going to say corner play here.
The Dukes all thought that was going to be a goal kick. So Loyola, another set piece. They've been dangerous from them earlier. Just came up unlucky a few times. We'll see what they can do with this corner from the near side.
Lauren Vogel out of Germany. Got a wind in his face right now. There's the shot. And last to touch it, another Duke. So we'll get another corner.
So they went the line drive backside that time. We'll see if they switch it up and see if they go with the loft or another line drive. But Loyola's going to stay set up.
And headed out. And the block comes out for the Dukes. Maybe a counter here from Madison. Mashinsky, and it's cleaned up there. Dukes still have forwards forward. Now settling in the midfield, the Greyhounds coming wide to the near side. It's Vogel. Vogel with the touch. Dooley. Dooley comes up to McQuestion. McQuestion takes the shot, and it's wide right. He got quite a bit on that one.
McQuestion put that ball on frame, just a tad bit to the right. Great shot.
You'll get the chance to see it again. He got the left foot on it. Got it around the edge as we're under 30 minutes remaining in regulation. Dukes getting the goal on a set piece by Daniel Ruppert with 15:57 to play. And there's the ball come loose, and Mashinsky will clean it up and put it home. Goal for the Dukes.
You didn't hold it long enough, Kurt, but nice shot. Stephen Mashinsky did a good job following the ball up. The keeper came out for the Dukes, and then the defender for Loyola was there, but Mashinsky beat him to it with the quickness.
I'm working my way up. Working my way up. 29. 32 remaining.
We see there Fui with the shot off Kane's arm, and then Mashinsky there to clean it up between two sliding defenders. I could not tell who started all of that at the very top with a great pass through to Fui.
So Mashinsky with the goal for James Madison, and the Dukes now up 2-0 as he joins Robert with the goal.
And that was Jonathan Barton. Again, we said it earlier, leading the way. Well, he led the way there, delivered a great through ball to Tom Fui. And then Fui, again, like Tom Martin said, you got to take shots. He took a shot, deflected, and it gave an opportunity to Mashinsky, who knocked it into the back of the net.
Mashinsky, his first goal of the season, his third in his James Madison career.
His first, I know, came during his freshman season.
Yeah, he had one in each of his first 2 years. So he's been consistent with that. I'm sure he would like to get a career high. Get another goal at very least this season.
I was actually at the game when he scored his first goal.
Now, was he a suite mate of yours?
Yeah, or okay. He was across the bathroom, shared a bathroom.
Okay.
And good old Hanson.
I was getting ready to say, what dorm were you? You and Hanson, huh?
Yes, Hanson. Me, Jamal, Daniel.
So on football Saturdays, you just stepped right outside and joined the tailgates, didn't you?
Exactly. I always said it was the perfect setup for a dorm. I'm right in the middle of everything, and I got to watch the stadium construction as it happened.
Weren't too far from D Hall, just up the hill. Trying to set it up. Here's the shot, deflected. Adelsteinson with another touch that goes off the end line, and another corner play resulting. Fui with the assist, by the way, officially on that goal. Loyola, this will be the 9th corner for the Greyhounds. I think they're, was it 3 at halftime? Here's a shot again. It's going to be too much on it. Well off the mark. So 6 corners for the Greyhounds here in the second half. None of them have been real dangerous.
Not too dangerous, but again, they are getting shots off though.
Grant gets pushed in the back, I believe. That'll be a foul. Dukes will get a restart.
Another good thing about living in the Hanson dorm, I was able to just step out my door, and I was right there at Godwin for my class with Coach Foley, soccer coaching techniques. Fun class.
You know, maybe we should have a halftime segment with Houston Stutz teaching techniques of soccer. See what he taught you.
All right. You know, you watch some college game day on basketball, they break down the offense,
yeah.
and you have Jay Billis out there. We'll just start doing that in a pregame or whatever. Expect to see this from the visiting team, and this is how the Dukes will counter it.
Sounds like a good plan.
And I'll have the players out there telling them where to go, and we'll just give a scouting report.
Bastidas keeps it himself. Nice service, trying to get it over to Fui.
Also be a neat piece to use when we break out the new desk during basketball season.
That's right. And we'll be using that probably later November. our new Madison HD Sports Desk. And we're planning on doing little pregame shows during each of the men's and women's home basketball games. There's a shot by Injuk and a save by Groban. That's his second save of the night. Watch again. Injuk sets it up, takes the shot. And well sighted in by Groban. 25 minutes to go in the box. Here's Bastidas. Settles in. A nice try by the Dukes. Who was that? That was Grant in there. And we've got a stop.
It was an offsides call. Defender, or the forward for Najak came from an offside position, came on and got the pass because the pass came from so deep. And the JMU defense did a good job of pushing forward. They stayed just a step behind the midfield line because if they would have stepped across that stripe, offsides goes out the door. So Loyola could just play it over the top and have a foot race to it.
Fui will try to challenge. Whitaker on the far side for the Dukes also. Robert. This is Dooley. Trying to track it down. McNabb won't get to it. It'll be a throw in for Madison. Couple of subs coming in for the JMU Dukes. It's Schmidt. Number 8. And looks like we'll see our first action from Michael Russo. Unless I missed him during the first half, wearing 19 for the Dukes. So Russo, a sophomore out of McLean. Whitebread steps in front. Russo gets his first touch. A little too far. Injuk saying, put it at my feet next time. Robert looking for the run on the far side with Fui. And Daniel Robert will send it back.
Now we see a very big collision between Colum Hill and can't tell who that is for
That's
Loyola.
Warburton.
Looked like he gets a shot to the head.
Well, he knows where the ball is. He collected it okay, so wasn't seeing two of them, apparently. If he did, he guessed right on which one to catch. Libby, wide to the left. Cahalan. Whitebread defending over there, and Fui will send it out of bounds. Fui again trying to run through it. Dooley, he's their top assist man. He's got 5. Goes into the corner just a little too long, beyond the reach of Warburton.
I'm sure it's passes like that that make him that good assist leader for the Greyhounds. Good pass, dropped it in, just played a little bit too fast on this very nice turf.
Whitaker gets free from it to Hill. Comes over here to Schmidt. Eric couldn't quite keep it in, just did lose it. Eric was working with Whitebread. See, was looping down below. Dukes have a lot of pennies up and running on the far side. We may see some more substitutes before too long for Madison. Loyola also going to the bench again. Brennan Goldsmith makes his second half appearance. He came off the bench in the first. The throw in. Last time we had a soccer match, somebody left something cooking on a stove somewhere, and it created a fire.
I was over at Sanchez just across the hill.
And here they go again, the fire trucks.
Never a good thing when they pass through during the broadcast or any time.
That's the one thing. We're in what has now become a very busy cross-section, intersection here on the southeast corner of campus. For all those alums from the early 90s and 80s, this was a cow pasture when they were here. But it has been rebuilt, this old battlefield as well. Dukes inside the box battling, leaving it forward and towed in. The goal by Michael Russo on the assist. Coming from the right side for the Dukes of James Madison. And that was Grant with the assist, it should be. Russo scoring the goal.
5'7", 145-pound sophomore from McLean, Virginia. Just ran right through the keeper, Zach Kane, and put it in the back of the net. Good cross. A little bit too deep, but Russo didn't stop for anything and ran the goalie over to get that ball into the back of the net. And that's another one of those things. The Dukes have done a really good job tonight of just running through the ball at every point in the field, and there it paid off inside the 6 and resulted in a point.
Coming in the 71st minute.
There was again another just nice give and go by Russo. Gave it up to Grant, and Grant returned the favor and gave it back to him, and a good opportunity to put one in the net.
So Russo joins Mashinsky, scoring their first goals of 2013. And for Michael, not only his first goal of 2013, but the first in his James Madison career. This being his 21st game played in.
So the Dukes lost last year to Loyola 4-2, really trying to return the favor here, but even up at a notch with a shutout if they can keep it going for the final 18 minutes.
Although there's been much more offense for the Greyhounds, at least opportunities in this second half. Grant on the heels, tracking in with McNabb. Elsa's nothing coming to him though, as
might see those subs very soon for the Dukes. Seems like they're really starting to lay back just a little bit. And I'm sure Coach Martin doesn't want to let off the gas pedal at all. See a lot of guys hunched over on every down play they get. Play starting to slow down.
I knew going
Amanda,
to JMU
do you know
would
if
be more
those,
about
those players were asked to get up,
matches.
or are they just kind of getting up on their own? Have you heard Dr. Martin tell them to get up?
I haven't heard him say anything over here. They're very quiet on the JMU side.
Still staying quiet this half, huh?
That's right. I guess they're pleased with the performance so far.
Thank you very much, Amanda. Right there, just a few steps off the bench on field level. Here's the long shot, just to the wide left. Eric Schmidt taking a blast.
Good shot, kept his eyes down, knee over the ball, and kept it on the ground. Makes it a little bit tougher for the keeper, despite coming through all the feet.
Well, Eric trying to join the first goal of the season parade, as he does have an assist this year. Mitchell Jordan is also returned back in for Madison. Dukes with 18 shots to 10. 2 saves for Groban and 6 saves for Kane. There's Schmidt punched out by Kane. And the counter try, Roppert is there as they were looking for Injok The leading scorer was 7 goals. Injock has been limited to just 2 shots today, 2 for Vogel and 2 for Libby. Everybody else that's taken a shot has just 1. To total 10 for our guest from Baltimore. Just beyond the reach. That pass going for LaRose. Steinson just aware of where Injock was, just directing traffic. Here's a run on the left side. Eric Schmidt. Schmidt one-on-one, takes it in the box, tries to set it up, comes back out to him again, still at it, Schmidt, and he finally loses the possession.
Schmidt took the touch with the outside of his right foot and pushed it back towards the middle, but little did he know there was more defenders just waiting on him. Maybe he should have tried to take the outside touch with the left foot and then try the left-footed shot on frame that time.
Back come the Greyhounds. And we'll see another substitute coming in for Loyola. Thomas DeFino, a junior from Toms River, New Jersey. Jamal Umar comes back in for Madison.
One thing Loyola has done pretty well the entire game is whenever JMU gets down there and has a shot opportunity, they're doing a good job of transition, getting back and putting some pressure back on the JMU defense. But again, Bill Groban not having to do too much back in the net, only 2 saves. Zach Kane has 5. 18 shots for the Dukes, 10 for the Greyhounds.
Also seeing a new number out there racing around. Jake Haru, a freshman from Westfield, New Jersey, number 15. Speaking of goalkeepers, it was on this date in 1996 that the longest streak of shutout keeping, shutout by a keeper, Barry Purcell. He gave up a goal that snapped a string of 643 minutes and 42 seconds. That was the longest scoring streak or scoreless streak in the history of JMU netminders. Barry got that on Inside Tracks early this morning, sent me a note back, said thank you, it's nice to be remembered.
It's not a bad streak to have at all. 643 minutes is a long time.
Fans wanted a call.
I'm sure the Dukes would love to have that 643-minute scoreless streak alive, because this year they're actually leading the CA, averaging .86 goals a contest.
Injock out front, but it's towed away. Steinson, wide to the left it goes. Inside the box, trying to square it up, takes the shot. Groban with another save. Looking for Umar. Got a dozen minutes and some change remaining in this regulation match. Duke's non-conference battle against the Greyhounds. Daniel Roppert got the Dukes on the board in the first half, and we've seen Mashinsky and Russo tally their first of the season. In the second half, they both came.
So Groban has matched his first career start of 3 saves here tonight. He had 3 against Furman on Friday night. And the 1-0 loss in overtime, the game-winning goal came by Furman in the 105th minute. So he came close to staying perfect. Good patient defense by Bjarke Idol Steinsen.
That one's going to float on top.
Loyola trying to work it to the corner, but I believe the Dukes kept up with their scouting report, and 3 Dukes trail into that corner and really make it tough for them to get any type of pass out of there. And as you saw there, if they do get it out, it's been out of play.
Andrew Waddington, a junior from Jamestown, Rhode Island, has stepped to the pitch for Loyola. Also, Joey Wilkins, a junior from Oakton, Virginia. Do have a couple of Virginians on the roster. Actually, just the one. That's Wilkins. I was thinking they had another from Northern Virginia. A couple of other CAA teams are in action tonight. Hofstra visiting Rutgers. So from Long Island to Piscataway. And Drexel made the real short trip over to Penn. Those 2 campuses, they're adjacent to one another. So it wasn't far to go.
I believe it was Kentucky. They opened up in basketball last year at Rupp Arena, of course, and they played a Division II school that was right there in Lexington. And rather than taking a charter bus down the street, they all walked as a team from their campus to Rupp Arena.
Yeah, we took Matt Brady took the men's basketball team a couple of Thanksgivings ago to a tournament hosted by Penn there at the Palestra. We stayed a few blocks away, and that's the first time I really had a chance to visit the Penn campus. It's really neat. It's kind of tucked away. You don't realize it till you walk around one of the buildings on the campus, their mall area. It looks very urban, first of all, old urban, because it is one of the older schools. But it was really nice once you got inside there. You kind of felt like you had left Philadelphia and you were somewhere else on a campus. But also spent a lot of time at the Palestra that weekend.
Sure, that's a cool place to visit. A lot of history.
Yeah, you could spend a couple of hours just on the in the hallways reading all the history and what have you throughout the decades, from broadcasters to players and teams, coaches. I lost a shin pad.
That was I believe Josh Grant that lost his shin guard there. He threw his arm up right after it happened.
Only one. Well, we've had a couple of conference games that have been played thus far this season. Wilmington beat the College of Charleston last Saturday 1-0, and Drexel over William and Mary 2-1. Right now, Drexel, which was the preseason favorite, 5-2-1, has won 5 in a row. Going into that match tonight against the Quakers. Delaware 8-1-0, and also has won 5 straight. Coming up this Saturday, UNC Wilmington at Hofstra, the College of Charleston at William and Mary. Here's Schmidt. Sets it up, slides it back through. Schmidt getting the touch pass. Mitchell Jordan trying to thread it. Here's Whitebread.
With a head of steam.
And sliding off the end line, it'll be a corner play for the Dukes.
It's like he got shot out of a cannon for a minute. It just came right into the play. Beat Najork to the ball. And just took it right down the sideline. A bit out of control, though. There you see Najok. Najok's a 5'9", 172-pound sophomore forward from Berlin, Germany. Went to Julius Leber-Schule High School. Wonder how old he is and how their system translates to the one in Iceland.
We're going to get more geography out of you. Is that what's coming up next?
I was just wondering. So that was the first thing he said to me and Tracy when we were talking to him. We're like, "Oh, what year are you?" Just trying to start small talk with him, and don't worry, I'm a sophomore, but I'm 21. I'm 21.
That was Bjarke?
Yeah,
yeah.
Bjarke.
Here's Josh Grant. Grant gets it inside the box, slides around, takes the shot, the deflection. Oh, right there was Umar. Couldn't quite get to it. He was in the right spot.
Trying to join his freshman year roommate and putting one in the back of the net.
Yeah, Jamal, yeah, he doesn't have a goal yet. He has played in a lot of games too. He started 12 in his career, has not started any this year. And this will be his 46th appearance. Does have 3 assists. Be nice to get him on track offensively, because then you would have yet another scoring forward, obviously, and something else for defenders to worry about.
Tonight's been a good night for the Dukes, trying to find that extra defender or extra forward, excuse me, that can step up and put some balls behind the goal line.
Well, it is good to, in a positive way, see that even though Grant doesn't have a goal tonight, to see some goals scored by some others. It's just a matter of getting some consistency out of the others.
Especially the 2 that haven't scored, Schmidt and Mashinsky.
But by the same token, as Dr. Martin told Amanda earlier in our pregame, because of the illnesses and injuries, they've just kind of nursed their way through the first handful of games this season. So considering that aspect, 3-3-1
might be a pretty good sign to what's coming later in the season, because they haven't looked bad. They've had their moments this season, just like every team would, but they've also had their moments where they've looked really great passing the ball.
Schmidt leaves it back now. Here's Whitebread. Schmidt, and just a little too much on the angle there for Umar. Again, we'll be back here on Sunday, the Dukes and Northeastern's Huskies. Dale Robbins Bailey will bring his northern banter, Northern England banter. Look forward to that.
We're going to have the subtitles Paul asked for.
That's right, subtitles. Whitebread takes a crack at it. A little too tall with a shot. And here comes some substitutes for the Dukes. We are going to see yesterday's birthday boy. Daniel Simpson will come in wearing number 17, a junior from Warrenton. And we'll see Tyler Durbin, a sophomore from Burke, Virginia. He scored a header goal this year. They come in with 3:04 remaining. Russo with his goal gets a touch here. Here is Schmidt. Schmidt stops it, tries to leave it for Umar. Russo pops it up, looking for Umar again. Jamal keeps it in play. Here he comes, inside the box now, chips it forward. Just a little in front. Need a little more spin on that ball to bend it in.
He was going for goal there. I mean, even if he wasn't a bad looking pass. As we had Tyler Durbin, who just came in running backside.
That's about where he scored his header, was coming from the backside, or at least scored it off that left post. Dukes do have one shutout this season. It was 3-0 in their second game was part of that Fairfield Inn by Marriott Invitational, and that was the Binghamton Bearcats. There's still 1:40 to go here as Umar takes a pop at it.
I believe Umar was cranking that one for the Port Republic Road.
That's 20 shots for the Dukes, 11 for the Greyhounds. Well, it's been a long time since the Dukes have beaten Loyola. All the way back in 1981. That was the first meeting between the two. That was in overtime, 1-0, and it happened on October 1st. They played again in 82, 83, 84, 85, skipped 86, played again in 87. And the last two matches actually were played away, 93 and 2012, both on the road. So none of these youngsters were born the last time the Greyhounds played here. Well, the Dukes had gone 0-2-1 their last three matches. All of them decided or going into overtime. This one will not need overtime to decide, as the Dukes will pick up their fourth victory of the season. Loyola now has suffered 3 consecutive losses and drops to 5-3-1. Members of the Patriot League, and Billy Groban gets his first career save, or first career win, I should say, and it comes in shutout fashion as the Dukes, with the triumph here today, 3-0 is our final. We're going to take a quick break. We'll come back, rehash the stats. Amanda will spend a little time with one of the Dukes today as you're watching JMU Men's Soccer in HD Live on Madison, presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
The Residence Inn by Marriott provides guests with plenty of room. Room to recharge. Room to prepare. Room to relax. Stay one night or as long as you like. The Residence Inn by Marriott provides each guest with amenities tailored to their individual needs. Spacious suites with all the comforts of home, because it's not just a room, it's a residence.
Jim and John are both covered by the nation's best networks. Jim uses Entelos Wireless. John does not. Jim saves money every month. John does not. And thanks to those savings, Jim has money left over for hula hoops, a little mood music, and access to the rooftop pool. John does not. Entelos Wireless. The difference is savings. Switch now and get unlimited data, text, and talk for just $79.99.
Can.
Okay.
Welcome back as the JMU Dukes victorious tonight, 3-0 over the Greyhounds of Loyola. JMU picking up its fourth win, 3 losses and a tie, and Loyola now 5-3-1 as it was 0-0 until, well, 29 minutes had been played. It was 29:03 into the first half when Daniel Roppert scored on a set piece. The assist by Josh Grant, they did get that squared away, so it was Grant, not Mashinsky, on the assist. And that was goal number 2 of the season. Should have been the first, goal number 2 of the season for Daniel Roppert. And Grant picking up the assist as he touched it and got it started after a penalty that was just outside the 18. Dukes were up 1-0 at halftime, and most numbers favored them in many regards. It was tight on corners, but shots on goal, and even the fouls were favoring the Dukes at that point. But then in the second half, Stephen Mashinsky with the goal. It came in the 60th minute as he got an assist from Tom Fooey. It was first goal of the season, his third of his career. And with that, it was 2-0 with 60:28 elapsed. Then about 10 minutes later, just under 10 minutes, Michael Russo scores his first goal. It, too, was assisted by Josh Grant, number 1 of the season. And the Dukes win it 3-0 there. Some of the other numbers from today's matchup. It was JMU out shooting the Greyhounds 20-11. Shots on goal, the Dukes had 11, so good productivity there. Very efficient. 11 out of the 20 were on goal, so 55%. 3 of 11 for the Greyhounds. The Greyhounds keeper, Kane, he ended up with 8 saves. Groban with 3. 6 fouls whistled against Loyola, 10 against the Dukes. Loyola did end up with 6 second-half corners for 9 in the game. JMU was 6, and the Dukes were whistled for 3 offsides and 1 offside for the Greyhounds of Loyola. Taking a look at breaking down the statistics even further, we'll take a look at who just took those shots. First of all, for the Greyhounds, 2 shots for Warburton. Injock with 2. He was kept relatively quiet, just 1 on goal for each of those players. Vogel with 2 shots. Libby 2 shots, 1 on goal. Dooley with 1. Thompson 1. McQuestion 1. And that would be it for the 11 shots taken by the Greyhounds. For the Dukes, Josh Grant, he took 3 shots, 1 on goal. He finished with 2 assists, so he picks up a couple of points, playing in 35 minutes. Mashinsky, 26 minutes of action, 3 shots, 1 was in goal, 2 shots on goal. Bastidas took 3 shots, all of them were on goal. Fooey with an assist. He also had 3 shots and 1 of those on goal. He played 38 minutes. Whitebread and Robert played the entire ball game, as Whitebread with 2 shots, 1 for Robert. He also got that one in the net. Let's see here. Hill played 86 minutes, Barden 66, Monroe played 90, Adelsteinson played 90, Groban played 90, Schmidt 2 shots off the bench in his 55 minutes. Jordan got 1 shot off in 61. Russo, 1 shot, it was a goal in his 24 minutes. Umar took 1 shot. It was on goal in 52 minutes. Durbin came in for the final 3. Simpson was in for the final 3 as well. So the Dukes do win it here this evening, again by that score of 3-0. And Houston, just your general impression of tonight's victory for the Dukes after you've seen them a number of times this year, and considering the Dukes still trying to patch things together a little bit as far as personnel because of illness and injury.
But they're getting stronger. They're getting better and better each time I see them, and things just are starting to fall in place, which, of course, that's what you want to do going into conference play. And they got a very big win tonight against a good Loyola team, going into an even bigger matchup against Northeastern on Sunday. But they're starting to work things together. We saw a good job tonight of just allowing to work the ball through the back line and through the midfield, and it opened up some good opportunities for the forwards, and we saw a lot more aggressiveness from them play-wise, but also with their feet and what shots they wanted to take, and it opened up even more shots for them. So we'll see what things they can do and what things they can improve on, but again, a good solid effort, and if you're Coach Martin, you have to be pleased with the 3-0 result.
3-0 indeed it is. The Dukes with that triumph here tonight. JMU Alumni Association chapters are stepping up to the plate this year in a big way by competing against each other in the JMU Alumni Chapter Challenge. Donations to JMU count towards the participation of your regional alumni chapter, and of course all gifts are an investment in Madison's future. Make a gift to JMU today at jmu.edu/give and learn more about the Chapter Challenge at jmu.edu/alumni. Well, the Dukes, next up, it is conference time as the Dukes will face the Northeastern Huskies. Again, that is a 1 o'clock start here. Pre-game coverage will begin at 12:45 here on Sunday afternoon. And the Dukes actually will play their first 2 at home. We'll have both of those in conference play. Dukes are idle until that Northeastern matchup on Sunday. And then on Wednesday, 1 week from tonight, we'll be back here the Delaware Blue Hens will be in town. That game will begin at 7 o'clock. Again, pregame coverage at 6:45. And then the Dukes on the road. They'll go to opposite ends. They'll go down south to UNC Wilmington on the 12th of October and at Hofstra on October the 16th. We'll be back for more Madison coverage against Belmont on the 7th. And I'm not sure if that's audio only or maybe video. Not quite sure at the moment. Drexel will be here, the preseason favorite. Actually, the Dukes have another non-conference game. Didn't realize that. Georgia Southern comes in. Very unusual to play a non-conference game in November. That'll happen on November the 3rd. The Dukes facing the Eagles of Georgia Southern. That'll be an afternoon game at 1 o'clock. Again, right now looking at the standings, right now we're also waiting for the Dukes to finish in some of their huddle action over there so we can talk with one of the Dukes after tonight's victory. Amanda standing by there. Drexel, I mentioned 5-2-1 at Penn tonight. UNC Wilmington at 5-3-1. Delaware 8-1-0. These are all overall records. Hofstra at 4-3-1. Northeastern 3-4-2. JMU, of course, now 4-3-1. William & Mary has that record of 4-3-1. And the College of Charleston 2-6-0. And College of Charleston at William & Mary on Saturday. Temple is at Drexel. That's a non-conference matchup. Drexel barely leaves town. I mean, they can stay in town, play Penn, St. Joe's, Temple. They never have to leave the neighborhood as they have all those teams there in Philadelphia. Sunday's match between JMU and Northeastern is the only match of the day involving CAA schools. And looking at some more of the recent scores, as I mentioned earlier, College of Charleston beat Winthrop 2-1. Actually, that I did not mention. Wilmington over Duke 2-1. Delaware beat UMBC. That's a good win for the Blue Hens. 8-1 that final. That was just last night. And last Saturday, Wilmington over the College of Charleston 1-0. Stony Brook beat Northeastern 1-0. Drexel 2, William & Mary 1, Hofstra 1, and New Hampshire with the goose egg there. And we will have that match for you coming up on Sunday. The rest of this weekend schedule on Madison looks like this. The JMU women's volleyball Dukes, who had an exciting 5-set win on last Friday evening at home against the Tribe of William & Mary. That ended up a 3-2 victory, and that gave the Dukes a CA opening victory. They have not played since that time. They'll welcome in the College of Charleston. That is on Friday night. Pre-game coverage begins at 6:45, and it all first whistle will blow at about 7 o'clock. And we'll actually hear from Lizzie Briones in that one. We're doing a little feature package on her. And then, of course, Saturday afternoon, the JMU football Dukes at home against a new member of the Colonial Athletic Association, the Great Danes of the University of Albany. Kickoff is at 1:30. Pre-game coverage on Madison HD Sportsnet will begin at 1:05. Here it's 3-0 for the Dukes of James Madison. And Amanda has finally corralled our shutout goalkeeper tonight, Billy Groban. Amanda?
Thanks, Kurt. That's right. The Dukes haven't beat Loyola since 1981. How satisfying is it to come out on your second career start and have a shutout against a team like Loyola?
It was really nice to get out, see the boys do some good work out there. And we had some troubles late in the game against last game. It was 1-0 overtime, but we seemed to pull it off today, kept a clean sheet, and put together some good goals up front like we've been working on all week, so it was good to see that happen.
What was Loyola's difference in the first half and the second half for their offense?
Well, basically they just threw another guy up top right underneath the guy that was sitting up front, the big black guy, and then he just kind of kept coming at us a little more out wide, and they tried to get more in. So basically they just pushed a couple numbers up in desperation in the last few minutes. So.
You've had a lot of starters out with illness and injury. What do you think it says about the team that you guys were able to come out strong tonight and get that 3-0 win?
It shows great depth, in my opinion. This team's very deep this year. And it's good to have everyone coming off the bench and contributing to the win. So it was a good night.
Awesome. Great game.
Thank you.
Back to you, Kurt.
All right, thank you. That's Billy Groban in his second career start. Gets the shutout. Want to thank him for joining us here tonight. He seemed kind of stoic about it. Yeah, we won tonight. Guys did well. They got some goals up front. And we kept him out of the net, so a good job, he says.
Well, that's how you got to be. You got to take it with a grain of salt, as they could say, and move forward because you know you got bigger opponents coming up, and that's exactly what they have waiting for them when CAA play starts.
All righty, so it is a win for the Dukes here tonight. A number of folks I want to thank. Amanda McClure of Loyola of Maryland, as she provided all the nice stats and notes that we could pass along to you about the Greyhounds during tonight's matchup. Also thanks to Matt Jackson, as he did the same for the Dukes of James Madison. Our thanks, as always, to JMU Assistant Athletics Director for Athletics Communication, John Martin. Our producer tonight from Telemedia Productions, John Salem. Our director, Jake Tomko, and the rest of the staff here from Telemedia on the camera productions. And this evening's match was presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association, Comcast Sportsnet, the JMU Graduate School, Intellos Wireless, the JMU Bookstore, Residence Inn, and Fox Hill Townhomes. For Houston Stutz and for Amanda Stamper, I'm Kurt Dudley. Once again, our final score, the Dukes win over the Loyola Greyhounds 3-0. Good evening, everyone, from University Park. This has been a Madison HD Sportsnet production presented to you by the JMU Alumni Association.
Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2,